Gotta upload that last stream. Twisted Sister. Heavy metal. Trump keeps playing these songs at his rallies. What is Legends Landing? What is Metal Family? Who doesn't know this song, bro? What do you mean letting them just... These people must be kids. $1.2k likes. What the fuck is this? Bro, it's got like barely any reviews. Are people even watching this? What do you watch it on? It's from Russia. He's not even doing anything. These people hate that guy. He's not even doing anything. It's fucking crazy. People are actually retarded in the West. It's insane. Populations are fucking stupid. These are educated people most of the time. Who are just fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. They're not always educated, but a lot of the time they are really fucking stupid. Fucking internet's cut off. Why does it keep kicking me off for no reason? These people are fucking stupid, bro. People are mentally retarded. That's insane. This is what democracy gets you, a retarded population. How do you how do you get people to vote against their own interests? Just make them retarded. Make them really fucking stupid. How do you get right wingers to win constantly in democratic countries to just make the people retarded? And it totally works. People are like actually brain damaged, it's insane. They think if they get reform in, it'll be a good country. No, it won't. People are fucking retarded. The stupidest fucking people you've ever heard. This is what my mother's like. She honestly believes that shit. It's fucking retarded. Stupid fucking people, bro. Believing in bullshit because they hear it over and over again, so it must be true. Stupid people can't tell the difference between fact and fiction. Over and over again, they're incapable of telling the difference. Yet they're allowed to vote. Why do we allow these people to vote, bro? China would be better than us. A system like China, where people don't vote at all, would be better than us. It gets better leadership. When China gets welfare, it will be overall better than... Like, that's the only thing that the West has over them, pretty much. Is a generally higher level of development overall, and welfare. If China gets welfare, it's totally over for the West. Honestly. Which it likely will eventually get welfare, right? Welfare and higher standard of everything. This game's impossible. I can't even play it. See, it's just Fortnite. It's just Fortnite. This is averaging 50. Why is my Fortnite connection so bad then? It's fucking stupid. Can't argue with it because the people choose to be retarded. They like being retarded. They like blaming everything on they like blaming everything on people who may or may not be responsible, but then saying, oh, the alternative is something which absolutely obviously won't work. You have to be fucking stupid to think these things, honestly. Bro, honestly, this fucking bug. No, I don't want this to be updated. Stop fucking updating it, honestly. I don't want Marvel Rivals to be updated. It's a waste of everything. Waste of internet, waste of space. What was I even going to play? I don't even remember. Be nice if I could play Resident Evil, but it doesn't work. Like all new games, they don't work. I hate how this game you have to be doing stuff constantly. I hate this issue. God's sake, nothing fixes it. All I've been given is antacids and they don't work. They literally don't work. Because it doesn't speed up the digestion of food. Which is the whole fucking problem with these digestive issues. It's food digests too slowly in my stomach. That's the cause of the issues. I've known that for a long time. I just didn't have it confirmed. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Can I get a game that I can just play casually and not have to be fucking constantly working on? Because this game's not fun. It's constant work. Literally. How can you play that over and over again? You have to focus the entire time. Rocket League is constant work. How have I played 70 hours of those? Look at this shit. Reform is like top by far. What else is going up? Grains, maybe? That's higher than in New Zealand. There's actually not that big of a gap. It's fucking crazy the Reform's leading. Right-wing populist party. Shit's crazy. Right-wing to far right. Like, you're allowed right-wing radicals, but not left. Left-wing radicals don't make any ground in the West. What do they say the Republican Party is? I don't think they're center. What does this look like? Why am I on the American side? Because ping doesn't matter if I'm gonna play casually anyway. No Mega servers, that's crazy. What happened to Mega? No one's playing it. I used to like Mega server. Low ping. That's a half-second delay. Rural voters, white southerners, evangelicals, men, senior citizens, voters without college degrees, retards and corrupt people. Retards, 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 corrupt, corrupt, retards. And or both. When's the next election? 29. It's not for ages. I don't know why they're always bringing up the polls. Like, they're not in for ages. People really think all the issues are caused by fucking the Labour candidate. And it's like, no, they're not. I don't know why New Zealanders are so satisfied with the way things are in the country, though. Like, massive title. People are, like, relatively satisfied. Why? Are we doing well? No. It's shit. Current situation in New Zealand fucking sucks. Bro, what's up with the lag? You can tame kill. Why can you tame kill? What? Okay, you don't put this stupid bullshit on my screen. It's fucking lag. Why is it lagged? Trying to check the opinion polls. That's not even close. Look, at least in the UK, it's like relatively close, right? Which is good. And it's not even close to close in New Zealand. Like, none of the minor parties are even breaking 15-20%. And the major parties are polling at like 35 and 30. Which is too high for how shit they are. It's fucking crazy. In the UK, they've got the Greens at 18 and 20%. And in New Zealand, they're at 7% for the Greens, 15% for New Zealand First. It's fucking bullshit. How are people satisfied? Oh my fucking god, bro. I want to get kicked for paying auto. Yeah. Fucking hell. Why is the UK so much more... Like, they're all closer together. New Zealand, there's a massive gap between the two major parties and the minor ones. It's fucking crazy. Bro, what is wrong with my internet? Can we go yellow? Bro, the growth rate is so low. It's even lower than New Zealand's. Let's see what ChatGPT says. I forgot to say in the UK. Doesn't manage the satisfaction for me. I don't like any of them well. Yeah, coalition destroys the protest, bro. I need to have my own party. I wish I were able, and I would. If I were physically able and had normal mental abilities, I would just do that. Protest vote gets channeled into the system, not against it. That's how it is. My issues are still ignored though. Doesn't make a difference for me. I am outside of it. The party which could represent me properly doesn't. They don't really care about the issues that affect me. What matters to me is how much I'm getting from welfare, which they kind of care about, but they're not actually going to campaign on that, and they're not actually really going to change it. And then there's the forced drugging, which no one cares about. Nobody cares about that. And then, like, sickness issues, which nobody cares about. Again, nobody cares about that. They are domesticated. That's a great use of the word. They are domesticated. They don't really... They're not radicals. They're not radicals. Parties like the Greens, ACT, New Zealand First, are in coalition and seen as part of normal governance. The UK minor parties of protest vehicles structurally excluded from power. That makes them more attractive as anti-system choices, which you don't have in New Zealand. There aren't any anti-system parties. There isn't a radical party that you can vote for. They don't exist. Except on the right. Only on the right do they exist. You can't even form a political party in New Zealand without getting 2,000 people to support it, to sign up as members. 2,000 people. It's fucking crazy. I'm pretty sure it's 2,000 people. Of 500. It's not 2,000, it's 500. 500 paying members. It's too stable. That's the problem. It would be good to have some instability because then things might change. That's what is the worst part, is how stable it is. No one seems to care about all these problems. No one seems to give a shit. It's crazy. No one seems to care. They used to write on white paper or what? I mean, yellow paper. They used to write on yellow paper and now they write on white paper. What? Didn't he won that election? It's not making soap or something, right? What is this? Is he making ankle something? What is this? Razang. Is this guy joking? Isn't that part of being addicted? He says every night. Is he sure he's not addicted? That's such a minor issue. Hard to say what is this. I no games to play. Fucking shit at GTA. It's too stressful as well. I always get ganged up on. I gotta get some new games. Holy shit. Bro, that was in 23. Oh no. I've started the game over 1,000 times. Holy shit. That's crazy, bro. I have had it since like 2014 though. No, oh no, no, she's confident. She's confident. Bro, I got no food left. These people are like anti-Palestine in the subreddit. It's fucking crazy. How did she get in there, bro? Who cares about immigrants, bro? Honestly, it's not a big issue. It's so minor. What the fuck? Bro, that's way too many people. Someone's gonna drown under those. What the fuck? No way. This guy did that for Reddit, surely, bro. Honestly. Gotta use the bathroom. Bro pulled out the Quran, bud. I'm like part of the permanent underclass, bro, honestly. That's why I liked Sokka from Arcane, because he was like leader, underclass. I don't know. So this is what I think about like some of the white trash culture. Like They get wealthier, but the culture doesn't change. I always find that interesting. Like, they can be rich, and yet they have the same culture. Some guy replied to my comment on Twitter. Said, I can write this in a nicer way if you want. Why would I want that? It's not supposed to be nice. What the fuck? Some guy with 14,000 followers. I can write this in a nicer way if you want. Why would I want that? Why would I want you to do that? It's not supposed to be nice. I don't like the people I'm critiquing. It's not supposed to sound nice. I'm not a lub. I don't need things to sound nice all the time. This was a classic. I remember this song. Isn't this the mannequin challenge or something? This cheese is sour, bro. So sour, what the fuck? That's disgusting. It's definitely off. No wonder it was low priced. Fucking disgusting. My mother said it was fine. It's not fine, it's disgusting. What a waste. She bought 8 of them. 8 mozzarella. They're off. They're sour. That's so sour. It's disgusting. And she said, "Oh, they're $2.50 each." Yeah, why do you think that is? Fucking hell. They're literally sour. It's disgusting. It's gone rancid. Tastes fucking awful. This music sucks. Where's some good stuff? Got a fucking lub in my replies, bro. Telling me I should swear less. I don't know anyone in a situation similar to mine. They probably don't exist. Probably don't exist. Young person with chronic fatigue syndrome. Gastroparesis. Doctors don't listen to me. They don't even give me medication for stuff I've got diagnosed. And I get forced to take harmful medication. That's like no one has to do that, bro. It's fucking insane. I expect my life to get worse. I'm in like stagnation, and it's likely to decline as time goes on. What am I just expected to live at my parents' house my whole life? Because I don't want to do that. But they don't give me an alternative. I have to sign up for public housing or something. Where's Super Garry's mod? Is it dead? Oh, it's gone. It's gone forever. Oh, there it is. I wish I could travel overseas. No one knows this guy, bro. Oh, it is. I thought it was sounding similar. A drill. I was wondering what is it. Not grime. See what these losers are up to. Bro, no one's built anything. This is lame as hell. We got like 10 people on, nobody's built anything. Who is doing the fucking... Wow. Holy shit. This guy's just screaming. No way. That's trash, bro. Pinky off. No fucking way, bro. That shit's ass. Where's the list? This country's got terrible taste in music, bro. Jesus Christ. Seriously. This isn't even my car. It's not even my vehicle. I remember this song from Fortnite emotes. Yo, who are these people? 57,000. That's 57,000 minutes. Holy shit. This guy's an idiot. How does he get through? Guy's a fucking loser. He's just spamming the shit out of his... I'm already out, you idiots. This guy's a retard. I should jump out and kill him. What's his problem? I'm out, you idiots. There's not even anyone in here anymore. Stupid idiots. didn't even get his name. There he is. Ooh. It's not even him. Oh. 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 Quick shot. Oh, it's bikes. That guy fucking bikes who always did the exploit. That guy's been playing for years straight. It's insane. No wonder he's got 57,000 minutes. How many days is that, bro? $963. Holy shit. In one server. Divided by 24. That's 40 days. 40 days straight. What if we divide it by 16? 60 days! He's played 2 months straight of waking hours. That's crazy, bro. Doesn't even seem like that much, but it is. Song sucks. Yeah. I should have got the beef, not the chicken. It had, it had better reviews. The main reason why I'm socially alienated is because I can't really meet people in real life. And the people in, online are, like, really shit. This is a player? tired of doing nothing every day, bro. It sucks. How do you even stop being socially alienated? You have to have, like, people that you like, that you interact with, right? That's, like, impossible for me. Puts me into a different class of people. Class of alienated people. I don't like this place. When I was younger, before I got sick, I wanted to go to Japan. I wanted to... My intentions were always actually that I would leave New Zealand and not come back. And then I got sick the next year. Like in 2018, I thought, oh, Japan's like peak. I thought I'm gonna leave, I'm gonna move overseas and never come back. That was always my intention, because I've always not liked it here for a long time. For a long time I've hated it here, and it's just gotten worse as time's gone on. Japan's not exactly a good place to go for people in my position now, though, because they're not very good with sickness. Bro, where are the small props? Oh, that would have actually been so... Oh no, there it goes. The saddest thing to do is push people's props into the spawn. Why is it a mini boss? Why is the middle one a mini boss? Like, I guess I'm a walker, but I'm not really in the walking class. Well, no, I get it's the opposite. I'm in the working class possibly, according to ChatGPT analysis. But I'm not technically a walker. Which means I don't meet people at work and stuff. Social alienation is a person's feeling of disconnection from a group, whether friends, family, wider society, within which the individual has an affiliation. Such alienation has been described as a condition in social relationships reflected by a low degree of integration or common values. That's true. I don't think that me and most New Zealanders have common values. New Zealanders are Philistines, they're not intellectuals. I don't agree with anti-intellectualism. That's one of the most important points. Most New Zealanders are Philistines and they're proud of it. They have like Philistine pride. They think being a Philistine is superior to being an intellectual. They think being an intellectual is an inferior position. A high degree of distance, low degree of integration or common values. High degree of distance or isolation, I've got that because I'm at home all the time. Between individuals, between an individual and a group of people in a community or work environment. I remember that one. So what do they say? They say low degree of integration or common values. And that's true for me with a lot of people. Like I don't have common values with a lot of people. And high degree of distance. Like even people I meet that I might share certain values with, it's my experience is so uncommon. It's just like isolating. Even when you're near people, you're isolated because your life's experience is so different. It's like, how can you relate with these people? As I always look at like foreign countries, I look at culture to be like, you know, maybe I would have a better time with people overseas. Maybe I would have more in common with them and stuff, but I can't even live overseas now because I'm dependent on welfare. I can't work, which keeps you in one country, it keeps you in your country of citizenship, so you can keep receiving welfare. Like, I feel like my situation is like, I'm just so marginalized from, like, and isolated from the rest of society. Even not just distance, but, not just physically. What do they say by social isolation? It's not just because I have a lack of contact with people. Even though I do have a lack of contact, I interact with people online a bunch. Um, we just don't have anything in common with each other. It just says common values. We don't have common values. I was integrated. I was formally integrated, but even then, the massive difference between what I valued and what was valued by most people is just a massive gap. I thought at the time that people from like East Asia and I had more in common with what we valued, and so I felt like I made some good friends there, which I unfortunately don't have anymore. But you know, that's why I wanted to move to like Japan, because Japan is like slightly westernized, but it's like East Asian style culture. That doesn't work anymore because, of course, now I'm sick, and that's one of the things. It's like I'm cursed, bro. Because, of course, that's one of the things that's lacking in East Asian culture is like, you know, people who get chronic illness aren't treated as well as they are in the West. And then, of course, I learn about Marxism, and people in East Asia don't like Marxism. Well, maybe China, but in China they have a. When it comes to chronic illness and mental illness diagnoses, it's looks bad. Looks bad for you. I still like people like I still like kind of the culture for like having friends, but um yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's like that the culture kind of only really works well if you're part of the norm. If you're outside of the norm, um, I would really like to like I would it would be so good if that weren't the case, and if they were progressive like the West does, but still kept the respectfulness kind of culture. But that's just not how it is. Um, yeah, I thought I shared common values with those people, and I think I did. We did share common values. They were the best friends I've had because I felt like I related to them on a personal level way better. And it was like, oh, finally, I found, you know, people I actually really value the relationships with. And then, but it's kind of conditional. Yeah, depressing, eh? Depressing to lose that. And like I could make heaps of New Zealand and Australian friends and American friends if I would, like choose to like fucking suffer for it, which I don't want to. I'm not going to compromise myself for people I don't even like, which is what I have historically do to make friends is give up parts of who I am as a person in order to um basically get people to be friends with me, which wasn't worth it. It's not worth it. It's never worth it because you end up just, you hate the person you are around them and you hate them as well and they don't even know it because they think you're just being yourself. Right? That's how it was with most of my New Zealander friends. I always kind of hated it and it makes you hate them. Even if they're not like actually being that bad to you, which was kind of the case. You just hate the person you are around them because it's not who you actually want to be and you don't actually agree with them on lots of things, but you're never going to say that because of social anxiety and shit and like um you don't want to lose your only friends. But I put up with a lot of bullshit and I've just done with that shit. I'd rather have no friends at this point. And that's what I've been since 21 when I kind of since 2022 I just kind of cut most of them off. Now I got no friends. And then I've done again just recently in December last year. I was like making friends on GTA. How did I do that? Well, by, you know, compromising my own values and shit. Uh, Basically just being the person they want you to be. It's really easy to make friends. I can do that. I can do that all the time with people. I'm I can do generally a good job of like what do you call it? People pleasing. I've done that like always. Ever since I left public school and went into religious school, and it was really hard to make friends. I've basically done more or less people pleasing with a lot of people ever since then to make friends, more or less. Like, because you had to have friends. You could not have friends. I just got sick of it because I reconnected with them and I was just like immediately reminded of like all the fucking issues that I didn't like. And you're like stuck in a box of like who you're supposed to be when you're around them. You can't change that. I mean, I think it's like that with everyone. I don't think I've ever had any relationships, maybe when I was younger, where I was actually free to be myself fully. Maybe only when I was much younger, like way younger, like well over a decade ago, before I went into religious school, where it's like a totally different environment. And I wouldn't say I didn't share any values with these New Zealander guys. I mean, obviously we did, or I wouldn't have been, like, we shared a couple of points, being kind of a bit anti-establishment, you know. But I always had the impression, felt like, and truly it was, that I was always giving up more of myself than they were ever having to. That was always the case, and they were benefiting from it. And then, of course, they would be the ones who were like, "Oh, why don't you want to be, you know?" They didn't say this, but I understand my impressions. They would feel like, "Oh, why would he not want to be friends? Why would he want to prefer to be by himself and isolated?" sucks, because fitting in fucking sucks when you have to give up parts of who you are to do it. Seriously. It's not worth it. It's like the opposite of euphoria. What do they call it? Dysphoria. That discomfort you get, right? I felt like when I had East Asian friends, people from that kind of culture, that felt like really enjoyable. But I think I'm kind of past that point now because I don't know. Like they're not good with the people with from East Asian culture. Generally speaking, are not good with unemployment, chronic illness, mental illness diagnosis, even if it's false. Like being a dissident, being too radical. You know, the culture is conservative in a way that is like going back 50 years. Like, and I'm not saying every person that shares the culture is like that, but I don't think I've ever met anyone who wasn't. That's just my experience, bro. Like, for real. I don't think I've ever met anyone who was, and I'm talking like it fucking sucks because I like the way that people act within that culture. I think people are really respectable. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's a class thing, but people that I met from those backgrounds were just easier to be friends with. It was easy to fit in with them, for me, right? If we're talking about fitting in, like that totally makes sense. Prior to sickness, it was so easy for me to fit in with that group of people. With not not that they're like one centralized monolithic group, but if we're comparing New Zealand culture, specifically white New Zealanders or that homogenous New Zealander kind of culture, which includes other ethnic minorities that fit into the New Zealand culture. Um, I always found that if we're comparing the two, it was easier for me to fit in with like East Asians, because of I don't know. What's the time? Starts with C or something. I'm always forgetting words these days. You know, just the way people act. It starts with C and there's like, fuck, I can't remember. It's fucking hellish, bro. Like, cause, like, you grow up never fitting in, and then you find some people that you do actually fit in with. It's like, it totally fucks you up. Cause it's like, oh, it didn't have to be like this the whole time. Like, this was totally unnecessary the whole time. Right. And, you know, you meet one or two people who you kind of fit in with, but then to find out that there's, like, entire cultures or entire, like, groups of people within certain culture, like, broader, bigger regional cultures that you could fit in with. And if I'd just grown up overseas, I would have had a really easy time, you know, and it would have been totally different. I probably would have never had many of the social issues I've had throughout my life because, like, the culture would have been different, expectations are different, people are different, all of that. Yeah, and then the disappointment that the people I thought I could fit in with, that kind of culture also upholds this whole, like, massive stigma, backward views about chronic illness and not working and what's the other part? You know, even like bullshit mental illness diagnosis, any mental illness, anything is like that's terrible. So like I'm stuck in this in between where the white New Zealander culture is way more progressive, but like I don't like them personally. Personally, I don't like them at all. I can't stand these people. Personally. Personally, these people are like it's I hate being around them. So I've always hated the culture. It's always been like a personal issue for me that I've had to like grow up in it, you know. I'm a fucking product of this place, yet I'm nothing like it. It's insane. I don't think I'm like this place at all. It's fucking crazy, you know. People think being in a place longer, you become more like it. I've always been here. I've never been anywhere else, and yet I feel like I've always felt since you know recently the last when I've had interactions with people from overseas, I always felt generally better connections. Um, yeah, always friends with people on the margins. Me most of the time. Most of the time. And then you find out, oh wait, like I'm actually like what's valued, and if I were healthy, I feel like the kind of person I am is actually valued in a place like China or Japan or South Korea, and I kind of like the culture there as well, right? If I were healthy and hadn't gone through all of this, and I was just would just stay middle class, upper middle class, and go on to be like a professional worker, which was probably what was going to happen. Not become, you know, I'd just be politically, you know, possibly center left, probably center left, or maybe even not. I don't know. Can't remember what my political positions were earlier. I think I was always kind of liberal. Aside from earlier, like when Trump was first coming in, and you're young and uneducated, you think, oh, that's so cool, but it wasn't. Who killed me? There's no one here. Where did everybody go? Boob, what kind of name is that? Is that a player? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So you kind of like kicked out of that. Even though the people themselves tend to be very nice, the cultural values on these issues are fucked. They're actually worse than the West. So, that's my situation. People I thought I was closest to, there are some exceptions to that. And, it's just super irony, and like, oh yeah, what a coincidence. Of course I would guess the... Of course I would get the things which the people that I otherwise would have culture I would have closer relationships with find more relatable, more what do they say? Common values. And then but I get like cursed with the things which they don't treat as well. And then by choice I become like this. Radical. Left wing. Which is not liked over there. It's not popular within those communities. I don't even know, like, I've never met someone from with an East Asian background that was kind of progressive on these issues. Conservatism is the role, in my experience. Which means social, political, economic, like all forms of conservatism. So, I guess, you know, if you ignore these things, I do have a lot in common, but, they can't really be ignored because these are like fundamental for me. I don't know. I don't know. It's not, they don't define me, who I am as a person. I feel like as a person, it's still relatable. Like, aspects of East Asian culture. But, you know, kind of problems. Like the manner, I think, is the word I was thinking of. The way people act, like the manner in which they conduct themselves, I always found was closer to who I see myself as, ideally. As opposed to, you know, white New Zealanders and other New Zealanders who've fit in with that homogenous Kiwi New Zealander culture. I hate that shit. Um, those people, I never really liked the way they acted, to be honest. Like, I might have been into it when I was young, but then you grow up and you, like, start hitting contradictions between things. Um, and then you figure out, you know, what do you actually like as a person? And for me, I've never really liked this like arrogant, hyper-individualist culture. I've never liked it, you know? It's what a country like this makes you into. Like, I've been made into that kind of person, but it's not. This is not what I wanted for myself. I wanted to just move to East Asia, learn the language. I was gonna move to Japan, learn the language, get a job there, and just live there as like a normal person. That was what I was gonna do. That was my, cause I hated it here. I was like, I have so many fucking issues with this place. I fucking hate this place. I was thinking that before I got sick, right? And everything after that has just reinforced the reality that this is a shitty place. This is a shitty place that doesn't like people like me. Never has and never will. Maybe in the past it did, but honestly, today people like me aren't liked by New Zealand society. Possibly not liked in the West even. At least in the English speaking West, you know. Yeah, the people I liked don't like people like me, and the people who are okay with people like me, sort of, well, it's not, again, it's not who I am as a person, necessarily. It's just these things that are, like, stigmatized. But that kind of does define you. What is the difference? Values, right? What is... Like, they're not progressive. Which is, like, that's the one problem, is that they're not progressive. It's like, if East Asia were progressive, it would be superior in every way to the West, but it's not. You know? If they were socially progressive, and say economically progressive and all these other ways, if they weren't so conservative, they would have everything over the West, right? But you like made to choose between culture that I hate, that doesn't treat me like shit in very important ways, versus culture that I actually like, that treats me like shit in some important ways. That's And the reason why I don't like the other culture is because it treats me like I get treated like shit anyway. You know, it's just this is where I already am, and I can't really move anymore. And couple fundamentals. That's all I have. I still like East Asian people more because they're nicer to be around. They tend to be more intelligent, generally speaking. Less arrogant, nicer. It's a generalization, but I should be allowed to generalize based off of the fact that I know what people in New Zealand are like, and the point is, there are people in the world, cultures, whole cultures of people, where the majority of them aren't like people here. And that's a good thing. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes you can have worse. But at least before I got sick, it seemed so much better. Japan seemed so idyllic. Maybe even Europe. And if it wasn't gonna be East Asia, even Europe is better, bro. In many ways. They're more progressive. In terms of in terms of them not being as backward as this place is socially. Common values. I feel like I have more in common with people from Europe as well. What have I got in common with New Zealanders? I don't even know. I don't even know. You're supposed to go overseas and figure that out. Well, how am I supposed to figure it out when I'm not able to leave? I can't even go overseas. It's too expensive. And I can't really manage a trip. Maybe if someone else organized it, but otherwise, you know, I've always said one of the only things I like about this place is the internationalism. Like the fact that there are people from other countries here. That's like the only redeeming factor. And it doesn't, nowhere near fully redeems it. But like, you know, one of the only positive aspects of this place is that there are people from other places here. It's one of the only things I like about it. And I wish that it were more diverse. Because the people saying there should be less diversity are the ones who already like the way it is. I don't like it here. I don't like the way it is. I don't like the culture. I don't want it to continue to be the same. I want it to be different. I want it to change. I wish it would, and it isn't changing. It's consolidating. It's becoming more centralized and more homogenous. Right? People come here and they integrate. They change their accents. They lose their culture. And they just become one weird morph where people look different, but they all act the same. Right? That's what happens in a place like this. You have different faces with the same thing behind them. The people all think the same, they all act the same, they do the same things, they basically are the same, more or less, right? When I was in, like my final year of school before I dropped out, my closest friends were two people who were born overseas, raised in slightly different cultures to New Zealand, and a guy who probably had autism. So, basically just not the normal New Zealander, pretty much, was my friend group. And prior to that, people I considered my closest friends were two people from East Asian culture. Who had either just moved here or were just staying here for a year as like an exchange thing. Like East Asia without the conservatism. You know, that's not gonna change, is it? That's gonna take so long. That shit's so incremental. I'm hoping like China will eventually be a progressive place, but I'll probably be dead by the time that happens. Seriously, it's gonna take a long time. And the Americans will get in the way, I guarantee it. They'll fuck shit up. Like, if we're talking about culture in general, minus these few specific but also kind of fundamental issues, I've always preferred East Asian culture. I just think it's better, largely. Um, I think there's more in common with what I like and how they do things. Places like China, Japan, South Korea, I've always liked that style more. Aside from the the conservatism, is just that's the main problem, right? So in the West, like in a country like New Zealand, you get progressive, progressive country, not as conservative, but the people in it are like fucking insufferable. And they're awful to be around, and I don't like them. I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. It's just a feeling. How do I even define it? What's the difference? What is the difference? People in East Asian cultures see themselves, they have a view of things where they're part of a collective as opposed to just individuals acting amongst other individuals, right? And I feel like I've often considered myself to be. I've grown up in an individualist culture, but I feel like the way I act around other people is generally more collectively minded. Has been in the past. When I'm in real life in social situations, right? And most New Zealanders, that's not how they are at all. They just do whatever they want. They don't care about, they're not sensitive to other people. The lack of sensitivity is crazy. Like, they're not sensitive at all. They don't care if they piss people off or anything. And they just say whatever they want, they just do whatever they want. There's no regard for, like, how it affects other people most of the time. Barely. I don't even know. I feel like a lot of people don't even see themselves as part of a collective. And that's a common feeling, it seems. People don't even feel like they're part of a, a like, group of people, or that they have any responsibility to others. You know? And I feel like because I do these things when I'm in around other people in public and stuff, I get taken advantage of by people who don't. That's basically what happens, is I get fucked over. Because I follow this social role of, like, treat people nicely and all of that, and then I get fucked over by people who don't do that. And it happens over and over and over again throughout your life, and it starts to form there's people who act like this, and there's people who don't, and the people who don't act like people like me are a large section of the population in New Zealand. And that is emphasized by the culture. That is a direct product of the very individualist culture, is people who don't give a shit about others at all, is an effect of that. My parents are like that, bro. My mother only cares about herself. Pretty much. That's how she is as an actual person. She's very, very narcissistic. Very individualist, right? They're charging me for shit all the time. They're charging me for shit. That's individualism. It's because they don't actually care about other people. They don't feel obligated to treat people well. They don't feel bad for treating mothers badly, right? The sense of being part of a collective isn't there. Even with your own family, it's not there. Even family, something so fundamental to so many cultures, in New Zealand, it's not considered very important. it's not considered important at all. It's like a transactional thing, you know? It's fucking terrible. Like, what is this perversion of values? Seriously. And again, like, people should choose for themselves. They shouldn't feel totally obligated to their families. Some cultures take it too far. But people don't even feel the need to be nice to people they don't know anything about. People will act like shit toward totally random people. And this is a common experience in the West. In the English-speaking West, at least, which is what I know. It's relatively common for random people to treat you like shit, who don't even know you. That's a relatively common experience. This isn't common overseas. This isn't common in East Asia, where people see themselves as part of a collective, and therefore they should act nicely to each other. It's totally different. The mentality is not the same at all. And, you know, it has led, the individualism has led to more rights in the West, but the level of care you get from the people around you is actually possibly a lot less than it would be if you were, say, born and raised in China, right? Sometimes I wonder, like, would my quality of life be better there even though I wasn't on welfare? Like, even if I'd gotten sick with chronic fatigue syndrome. Like, my parents probably wouldn't have been abusive, and I wouldn't have been diagnosed with some bullshit mental illness, as they've done in this country. You think, like, oh, yeah, they might have taken care of me or something, you know, properly. I don't know, but because there's also stigma against sickness, so it's kind of like, there's two sides to it. I guess people who can't work are like shamed and stuff. Shame is a big part, and maybe it's because people don't feel shame in the West. They don't feel bad for treating others poorly. Like, there's not some reaction that they feel when they treat another person badly. They don't. A lot of people don't seem to feel that. Like, it just doesn't exist. Like, they don't have a sense of conscience or whatever. Like, people in New Zealand will offend each other as a joke. You know? Is that a good thing? Like, it's just a totally different kind of culture to other parts of the world. It's common in New Zealand and Australia for people to be offensive to each other as a joke. And it's like, is that even funny? Is it even funny? Sometimes, but a lot of the time it's not even funny. It's like people just want an excuse to be offensive towards each other. I don't even know. Self-expression, right? Seems good, and then you realize it just ends up being dominated by the loudest, most, like, offensive people. A lot of the time. Who say what people want to hear as well. That's another common one. Indirect communication, that's how I used to be. Reputation, that's a big one. Kind of fucked up my reputation, but it's because that's how you have to be in the West. You have to be like this. You have to do what I've done and express yourself and nothing ever changes. You have to just keep doing it until hopefully someone listens to you who's in a position of influence. It's what you have to do, because otherwise, nothing changes. Why the fuck does this keep happening? I don't even know, I just know, like, felt like they were better friends. More sensitive, maybe. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know. Shared values, but what values? I don't even know. How do I describe it? Social harmony. See, that's probably part of it. People try to get along with each other instead of just doing whatever they want, which is like totally different. stupid fucking thing's cord is way too long. It's insanely long, honestly. It gets tangled around my fucking foot. And then pulled off. It's gonna break my computer's port, honestly. Shit's crazy. skip to the end. I don't even know, bro. I don't even know why. I don't know why. Why do I have such issues with New Zealanders, and why have I had better experiences with people from East Asia? I don't even know. Fucking hell. This drink bottle is such a piece of shit. Literally collects water in the lid. Personality. Yeah, okay, possibly. Yeah, and this is another one, because this is like every single social situation, every single, when you're in a big group of people, it's always like this. It's always like this. You're not allowed to be quiet. People are upset by it. They don't like it when you're quiet in a place like this. Slowly and deliberately. Like, that's how I feel, and it's like, it's better. It's way better. Less pressure to perform constantly socially. Right, this is from way before then. Okay, they don't expect you to follow every rule. Awkwardness can seem like cultural deference. Conversations can be more intentional rather than automatic. Remove a lot of invisible social pressure, okay. I don't know. It's a lot, like a lot of people as compared to a lot of New Zealanders being totally different. I was more stable, but still, I feel like even if I met people today, I'd have better relationships with them. That's true. Bro, what the fuck is this place? Restrained. I swear a bunch of people here don't even know what that looks like. There's so many people I know seem to they don't seem to understand the concept of restraint. Like they just do whatever they want. It's absurd. There's not no such thing, but there's so little amongst people here. No, that is a culture thing though, honestly. It's broadly a culture thing. I've met few people who are like similar, but it is a culture thing. This one, probably this one. I don't even know, because things have changed so much, so I don't even know. is a cultural thing. I think it is a cultural thing. I can do indirect communication. I can do that. It's not that difficult. It can be annoying, but I can do that pretty fine. Always done that when I'm with other people. I didn't have the opportunity to go further. I didn't know these people for long enough. It is a culture thing. I know it's a culture thing. You're not going to convince me otherwise. It is definitely a culture thing. New Zealanders act one way. People who aren't from here act differently in different parts of the world. It is a culture thing. Don't be fucking stupid. Culture does exist. It's not, oh, you might find, yeah, you might find one or two people out of hundreds in New Zealand that acts more similarly. Alternatively, you can go and look overseas at other cultures where the majority of people act differently. Right? Don't be fucking stupid, honestly. ChatGPT being fucking retarded. It's both. It's a cultural fit problem. It's the same thing. What difference does it make? It's a problem for me. That's the same thing. What are they talking about? replicate the conditions you function well, regardless of culture. Hey, guess what? You can't do that. Because you can't just change every fucking New Zealander and make them act differently. That doesn't work. It doesn't happen. Actually, it's impossible. You'd be better off to just go overseas. What a stupid thing to say. What a stupid thing to say. No, it's not just situational. It isn't situational at all. It is a culture thing. Most people from this country are a certain way. I don't like that certain way. Some people from other places are different. I like how they're different. It's fucking obvious what the problem is. And the solution. Why is this fucking broken, bro? Why is this broken? Stupid fucking thing. I'm fine with that. Generally. I was fine with that. This was also easy for me. And that was fine because I was friends with them. They're being fucking stupid, bro. I swear ChatGPT is just biased. It's not the environment. It's literally the people you're dealing with. It's the people. It's not the environment. The environment is people in this country act a certain way. That's the problem. It's fucking stupid, bro. You can't just take the people in New Zealand and expect them to act totally differently from how the entire country expects them to. And then, by some extremely rare, absolute chance, you're going to, meet people who don't fit in with that. It's just total bullshit. You would be... The likeliness of finding someone who fits in with New Zealand culture as opposed to not is much higher if you look at other cultures. It's always much higher. This is fucking stupid. That doesn't work. That does not work. This doesn't work. It is a cultural issue. There aren't plenty of people. I know there aren't plenty of people. I've met thousands of people, and there aren't plenty. There are plenty, many of people who do fit it. Most people do. It's the majority culture. They're not visible at all because largely they don't exist. Seriously, the people who don't fit into New Zealand culture are people from overseas, and then, people with autism and stuff. There's barely anyone. Barely anybody. It's fucking stupid. One, how about virtually all versus virtually all? Because that's the way it is. It's virtually all versus virtually all. It's virtually all New Zealand interactions are bad versus virtually all East Asian interactions are good, minus a few. Minus a few on each side. This is a fucking stupid argument. ChatGPT just refuses to recognize the reality of the situation, which is that it is largely a cultural issue. Of course you're gonna push back on it. It's not more specific than just culture. You're gonna say it is culture. It is culture. You're gonna say it's biology. No, of course they're not gonna say that because they can't say that. They're not allowed to say that, right? The dominant social style is the social style of people of this country. That is the dominant social style. It's homogenous. It is extremely consistent. It's nearly homogenous. It's fucking crazy. As from the perspective of someone who doesn't fit in with us, it's basically the only thing there is, aside from ethnic minorities, aside from people who are from overseas or who have different cultural backgrounds. This is basically all there is. It's one culture. There's New Zealand culture, and then there's like Maori culture, which fits in with that. And then there are ethnic minorities and people from overseas. Those are the different groups. They're more reliable as friends most of the time. Like, predictability is a good thing. You should be able to predict people. Why would they not be well integrated? Virtually everyone is integrated into their own culture's dominant norms. People who don't fit them barely exist. Same thing. What's the difference between a cultural divide and dominant norms versus selection plus selection effects? What does this even mean? I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's accurate. You can't change it. They are the problem and you can't change it. That is how it is. They are the problem. You know the people who want always the issue, they're either extremely rare to the point they basically don't exist, or they're foreigners. Literally. That's how it is. That's how it is in this place. The only people that aren't like this are either extremely rare or they're foreigners. That's us. You don't find other people from the majority culture that aren't like this. Largely you don't. It's fucking stupid. It's not an environmental issue. It keeps trying to say, oh, it's situational. It's based on your environment. It's not. It's not an environmental issue. It's not the environment. It doesn't exist everywhere. Why does it keep regardless of culture? What bullshit. It is a culture thing. It is a culture thing. It's not regardless of culture. It is culture. Some cultures are better than others. That's the reality. Some cultures, for certain purposes, are better than others. That's just the reality of the situation. And New Zealand culture is worse for people like me. For people like me, it's worse. For a person who has a personality like I do, and certain values, it's worse. It's so much worse, this place. This place's culture. New Zealand, Australia, the United States, the UK, they're all shitty cultures. Seriously. It's not going to be regardless of culture. It's never regardless of culture. I just said you barely meet people from this culture who aren't this way. It is totally irrelevant to think, oh, what about, oh, how do I meet them regardless of the culture? There is no regardless. There is no regardless. It doesn't exist. It's basically non-existent. Seriously. It's maybe like 2% of the population. Like 2 in 100 aren't like this. It's like 2% of the population. It's extremely rare. Right? Within New Zealand culture, people that don't fit into it is super rare. So it's just absurd. It is trying to argue this stupid bullshit. I didn't say it was entirely, I said it was virtually all. It's the vast majority. It's the vast majority. It's not too blunt, that's the reality. That is true, though. That is my life's experience. Most individuals act this way. I've lived here for 24 years. Most people act this way, except people who come from overseas. Most people follow most of the norms, though, don't they? That's why they're norms. Because most people follow them. Is ChatGPT mentally retarded or something? It's been lobotomized. What a stupid thing to say. I've just told you people who don't follow it are extremely rare, and the vast majority of people just follow it blindly. This is not some super diverse country. It's not. There is superficial diversity, but then the way people act, largely overall, is very similar to nearly the same. There's really not much difference between them. It's not just the social situations I end up in. This is fucking stupid. It's everywhere. It's not just random social situations. It's everywhere, all throughout the country, in real life and online. Everything associated with this place is the same fucking culture, aside from people from overseas. That's the only difference. People from overseas and people with different ethnic backgrounds who are like first generation. That is the only difference, more or less. I've barely ever met anyone who's actually different. That isn't like recent immigrants or their family has recently migrated. Shit is bullshit, bro, honestly. They don't exist. Don't fucking argue there's subgroups. There aren't. It's not just because I disengage, it's because it's all there is. This is fucking gaslighting. It's not because I disengage because of bad interactions. It's because that's literally all the interactions there are with these people. Every interaction is a bad interaction. It does mean virtually every... It's not just where I am. It's not just the social slice. It's not just some subjective, changeable... It's trying to say that this isn't an objective thing, and it is. It is objective. It's totally objective. This is totally not the point. It's as universal. You're trying to break it down and split it up to make it not a role. It is a role. It is a role most of the time. Don't be fucking stupid. It's being fucking stupid. It's got this, like, fucking liberal brain disease. It's not allowed to say certain things because you're not allowed to say that one culture might be better than another. Even though it's extremely obvious that this one fucking sucks and is terrible. I think it's not allowed to say that cultures are better or worse. It's not allowed to say that, is it? That's how it's programmed. Clashes with me. It's bad. It's shit. They're totally different. They're not similar at all. They're like opposites of each other. It's not allowed to say that a culture is bad. That's the fucking point, isn't it? Culture determines a lot of how people act, though, doesn't it? It determines the norms that people follow. It more or less determines the norms that people follow. Fucking stupid. It doesn't provide it at all. At all. I never met someone here who is like a person from East Asia tends to be. You have, like, say, what's the number? Take 15 people from various East Asia Confucian culture and influenced backgrounds and virtually all of them is a good person or good people to interact with, as opposed to literally thousands of New Zealanders and good interactions, 2 or 3, you know, 2 or 3 people. It's literally like 2 or 3. They're terrible people. They are terrible people. Why would you think, oh, but it's equal and oh, it's all fair and balanced. No, it's not. No, it isn't. The fuck? They're not similar at all. They're not similar at all. And the 2 or 3 aren't even super like the people from East Asian cultures either. They're just less bad New Zealanders. They're not even as good. They're just less bad. They're like the least worst, not the best. You have the best, and then just the least worst. That's the difference. It's fucking stupid. See, this is just total bullshit. This is just gaslighting. It's just trying to manipulate me into thinking that culture's not the issue. And it absolutely is the issue. It's just not allowed to say that. ChatGPT is not allowed to blame culture for anything. Because people will take that as racist or something. Because it's too closely tied to things like racism. You're not even allowed to say culture is good or bad. It's fucking bullshit. They don't exist locally. They don't exist locally. I said 2 or 3 people. 2 or 3 people out of thousands. It's fucking stupid. It is something fundamentally incompatible. We're not compatible. It is fundamental. I'm not going to not interpret it like that when that's what it is. Stupid fucking app. Oh yeah, the behaviors. No, you know where you're gonna run into them? Literally everywhere, because it's all of them. It's all of them. The only people I've ever met in New Zealand that don't act like this are either foreigners or autistic. That's literally it. That's literally it. The only people that don't conform to these norms they are the people who don't I don't have these issues with are outside the culture. That's exactly the point. There's people who are from outside the culture are the only people I haven't repeatedly had these problems with. People who don't do get sidelined, and people with East Asian culture were sidelined in the schools I went to. As were quieter people, as were people who might have been neurodivergent or had autism. All sidelined. I was sidelined a lot. Like, it happened all the time. Till I made some friends by, conforming, basically, which I hated doing. Later on, I made some better friends, but I had to do that initially. I had to do that shit because to not have friends was fucking terrible. I would say that people who don't like it in New Zealand just leave most of the time, or they stay at home all day like me. Seriously, the reason why you don't see them anywhere is they get pushed outside of society. They get pushed to the edge, kept outside, and this is a very homogenous place, literally. Outside of ethnic minorities and like foreigner groups, it's a pretty homogenous place. People tend to follow the norms of society to a very close degree. The underlying population isn't more mixed. What are you talking about? It's just not. It's not. There is a high concentration. Why does it think that? Cluster together, it's not just that people cluster together. It's that virtually everywhere you go, it's the same people. This is my life's experience in this country, that pretty much everywhere you go, it's the same people, the same issues, the same problems no matter what. Everyone acts the same. It's a homogenous country, aside from people who are of different ethnicities or from other countries. That's the only difference. People who are from Australia act the same as well, by the way. Basically the same people. Very few differences. It's not just the spaces I'm in, honestly. It's trying to say it's just circumstantial, is what I was going to say before, that this is just pure bad luck, circumstance, purely just the wrong, I'm in the wrong situations or something, which is total bullshit. This is universal. This is virtually universal, with a few very rare exceptions, right? And the only consistent exceptions, as I've just said, is foreigners, people heavily influenced by other cultures, or neurodivergent people. These are the only people who, don't fit the norms super closely. Pretty much everyone else does. It's not 100%, but it's a lot. It's a very high number. It's greater than 50 for sure. It's way over 1 and 2. It's way over half. Way over half the people here. If we exclude ethnic minorities and foreigners, well over half the people follow the norms closely. The underlying population's not more mixed. I don't believe it, because I don't see them anywhere. I don't see them anywhere. And it feels like the longer people are here for, they lose their original culture. They lose the things that make them different. And they just become like everyone else. And the difference dies. It's what it's like. People become assimilated, right? What are we I know what I'm talking about, and ChatGPT is just trying to, like, gaslight me. Trying to manipulate me into, like, oh, this isn't real. I know it's real. I've lived it. This is my fucking life's experience. I know it's real. Because I deal with it constantly. Everywhere. Constantly everywhere. There's barely anyone who doesn't fit it. This is basically a rule in my life's experience. What I've said here is basically a rule. It is a predictable pattern, and it's not a coincidence. People shaped by different cultural norms not aligned with the local default. People who process social interaction differently. They have their own values. It doesn't mean only those groups can differ. It means groups are more visible as non-conforming. Yeah, because everyone else does conform. Tell me anyone else. I haven't met them. I haven't met them. Do they exist? Do they exist? No. I don't think so. You can't even prove to me that something other than this exists, because in my entire life I've never experienced it. Yeah, but there's still... look, I'm not denying that this exists. This does exist, but most of them are still more or less New Zealanders at the end of the day, and that doesn't change. They're still... Even if they're different on one or two norms, they're still pretty much the same on all the rest of them. Your likeliness of meeting someone who doesn't fit all of them is heavily... that heavily leans to these groups. As I said, where is it? Different culture or neurodivergence. You're not convincing me of this shit. You're not convincing... I've had thousands of interactions. You're not convincing me of this shit. Seriously. Oh, I'm interacting with a narrow slice. I've been everywhere in the South Island. You're gonna tell me, oh, this is different in Wellington or Auckland. It's not different anywhere rural, I can tell you that. It's worse. It's really worse. Rural people are, like, fucking awful. Terrible. Terrible people. Terrible culture. Awful culture. It's even worse outside of the cities. That's the worst cultural experience I've had, has been staying on a farm around rural people. Absolutely fucking terrible. Holy shit. You couldn't ask for worse. It's the worst of everything. I honestly don't think you could do worse than that. I think if you sent me to, like, Iran, I would be happier than staying in rural New Zealand. I'm not even joking. I honestly think I'd be happier in, like, Iran, living under fucking Islamic dictatorship. I think that would be not as bad, almost. That's absurd. These people are so backward. It's like the worst experience socially I've ever had. Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. It was the worst period of my life at that point. Staying on a farm. Worst choice I ever made was going and doing that during the school holidays. Barely. Age group, yeah, barely. Honestly, it varies by culture much more. I've experienced much of this country. I've experienced different ages. I've experienced different subcultures. I've been in different settings. They're not in similar contexts. This is my life's experience. What are you talking about? I've always lived here. Does it think I'm a foreigner and I'm talking shit about my adopted country's culture? I'm talking shit about the place I've always lived in. It's not just similar context. This is always. This is always regardless of context. Seriously. This is a fucking joke. Said this like 100 times now. So, yeah, but you can't prove that, can you? I can prove that this is true because that's what my life's experience says, right? I can point to people who are different and I can say, well, the rest of them weren't like that. Okay, but you can't prove to me that, oh, the people do exist. Where are they then? Who are they? Where? Where do they exist? You can't actually prove that they exist. You just saying hypothetically they do because of course they must. That's what ChatGPT is saying. Oh, yes, they exist. Despite the fact that you've never met them, and in all your life's experiences throughout school, throughout outside of school, for 24 years, you've never met them, and you've been all across the country, you've never met these people, but they, of course, they must exist because ChatGPT says they have to. Why? Well, because to say otherwise would be some kind of racism or something. Some kind of anti-New Zealander sentiment. Total bullshit. Total fucking bullshit. That's what I say about that. It's total fucking bullshit. My only New Zealand-born exceptions are neurodivergent people and myself. I'm probably neurodivergent. So, there probably aren't any. I don't think there are any. Where am I supposed to look? Where am I supposed to be looking? I'm trying to... You think I haven't looked? I look everywhere. I don't find anyone. There's no one around. I've spent my whole fucking life looking for this shit. And barely found it. You think, you just haven't been looking for similar people to be friends with. What a stupid thing to say. It's totally absurd. Or you just haven't been looking in the right place. Where am I supposed to look? In this country. Right? In this country, where am I supposed to look? It's totally absurd. It's totally absurd. Performative. It's not a coincidence that it's more common elsewhere. Of course it is. It would have to be. It would have to be more common elsewhere unless I'm the only person like this. And the people I know here, and this is just a stupid side thing that I'm not even going to get into because it's just absurd. This is such a stupid fucking argument that it's making. This is fucking stupid. It should be to find different people entirely, because they're not here. They're not here. They don't exist here except in like ethnic communities. Ethnic minority communities. That's basically it. So where are they more likely to be? Where do you think they're more likely to be? And it's gonna be like, oh, just pick a hobby. Just pick a hobby that they're more likely to fuck off. Fuck off. It's fucking stupid. I don't like the way New Zealanders are. Is that not clear enough? That should be clear. It's not just banter. It's not just the way they interact. It's who they are as people and the values they have. The whole culture is fucking corrupt. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, they hate intellectuals in this country. They hate intellectuals. And it gets worse the more rural you go. They hate intellectuals in New Zealand. That's not like unknown. This is like a known thing. They don't take things seriously. That pisses me off. I hate that. It's like, oh, we'll just let people suffer because I'm too careless and laid back to give a shit. That's what people here are like. Everyone's the same vibe is fucking stupid to a degree. I don't know if that's true. Standing out does get pushed back on. Yeah, this is fucking stupid. I don't like that either. And this is another thing that I don't like. It's everywhere. It seems like one. Sure seems like a law. Yeah, of course I'm idealizing the alternative. Like, I'm living in a terrible situation. Anything else is going to seem better. I know there are issues with it. I know that. I know there are issues with the alternative, but in certain ways it seems to be better than what I'm currently dealing with. They don't exist, bro. I've tried. They don't exist. And I would do this, but like, that's what I did when I was in school. And in my later years in school. Yeah, see that? Consider relocating to a place where the default aligns better. They do travel together. It's super common. People, the norms in the culture, most people follow these norms. The values. Almost the opposite, right? Imagine why I get pissed off all the time. Because it couldn't be more different, really. It's like, why do I have to live in a country? And look, there are a lot of things I do like about this place. I like the progressiveness. But when it comes to, like, how the actual culture is and its values that differentiate it from other places, it's basically anti things which are very important to me. Which people here, either it's not important to them or they, like, actively hate it. Which is, like, crazy. And it's like, why would you not get pissed off with the people you're interacting with here all the time when this is their values, is like hating the shit that you like, liking the shit that you hate. People from overseas won't like that. I've never met anyone from overseas aside from in the Anglosphere who was as anti-intellectual as most New Zealanders are. Never. Pretty much never. The average New Zealander is so anti-intellectual it's absurd. It's like a rule as well. It's like everyone. Minus a few academically successful. I used to be scoring quite well in a couple of subjects. But, like, if you did that, people would marginalize you for it as well. You used to get marginalized in school for doing too well. So that's the kind of culture this place has. It's what it was like when I was in school. You do well on a test and people would resent you for it because apparently you're making them look bad. There's no wonder I'm fucking hated by this place, honestly. Kind of given up on restraint. I used to really, really value restraint and, like, respect. I still think respect is important, but I used to really, really value restraint and, like, when I was interacting with people, restraint and, like, reputation, right? And then I've just been fucked over so badly, so many times by the same kind of people the last couple of years. I just can't, like, why am I even trying anymore to do that shit? You know, they're fucking wearing me down to the point where it's like, what's even the point? Why even try to be restrained? You just get dominated by the people who don't. That's how it works. That's how it happens. Why even bother? That's how you feel because that's the how society is here. It doesn't reward restraint. The certain relationships I used to have with people from outside of this country's culture, they used to reward restraint. But restraint was punished by the average New Zealander. Seriously. They didn't like it. Well, they consider you nice but weak. It's seen as a weakness. Like, restraint is considered a weakness in this place. It's fucking crazy. But of course, if you go too far, then they punish you as well. It's absurd. New Zealanders are anti-intellectual, though. It's not just about not taking things seriously. They actually are anti-intellectual and don't like intellectualism because they think it's not trustworthy or something. Performative casualness. This is what a lot of people are like here. And it's really fucking annoying. There's an expectation that you put this on for everyone. And it's pisses me off. Even when they're fucking you over, you're still supposed to be like, oh yeah, this isn't that bad. I'm doing fine. Fucking hell. If you don't, they like cut you off and shit. They get upset if you don't do this. Like my fucking mental health worker guy, I actually like started, you know, pushing back on their bullshit. And he's like getting annoyed and he's not replying to me and stuff. It's fucking crazy. He's not replying to me. Because you're not allowed, you're supposed to just pretend you're like in total acceptance of it. Just supposed to lie down and take it. It's absurd. Indirect communication is fine. I can do that. Yeah, it's a trade-off that does suit me better. That's the point. I didn't say there weren't negatives. I said that the first time I mentioned that. Does work better. Mixed or international circle. Can't move, so this is the best option. I have no idea where I'm supposed to meet people like this in New Zealand. I have no idea because I've never seen it. Honestly, school was better. School was better because school actually valued these things. And I swear people leave school and they're like, fuck that shit, I hated being forced to be like that. And then they rally against it and they're even more anti this. Like they're even less like that when they leave school. I swear that's what happens. Possibly. I don't know for certain, but it feels like that's a thing. These don't exist, bro. And this is so vague. Like, that's not something I'm specifically interested in. Libraries aren't quiet. Libraries have a bunch of noisy people in them these days. Who just hang around. I know this shit. This shit sucks, bro. Bro, what the fuck? How many people are there? This shit sucks. I don't like coding. Coding is boring. I wish I could play Fortnite. That's what I would be doing. And it's not working. Too much lag. I don't know if they're a good match anyway. Someone always puts this here. A couple months ago I was on this map, on this server, and someone put this here. Isn't there a second story? How do you get up there? It is kind of a type of person though, but anyway. I don't know. People are in fixed categories. It is more or less fixed. It's being stupid. You being too broad. The reality is much more consistent and simple, which is that most people are kind of like this in this place. Yeah, I know that. That's obvious. I know that. Let's put some music on. It's been a while. I feel like I'm getting nowhere with this shit. Like, I research more and more and I get nowhere. At least ChatGPT exists. How am I supposed to meet people in these positions? I don't go to university. It's too expensive. And they'll cut my benefit if I start a degree. Imagine if you could go to university for free. I don't even know if I'd be able to manage it. Probably not. I don't mind humor. Like, humor can be a good thing. I didn't say it wasn't. It is bureaucratic. That's part of what I don't like about it. A lot of academics act like bureaucrats. There's a lot of in between. A lot of bureaucrats are former academics. Former, students at least. This doesn't fit me at all. I don't like software. Technical. I don't like chess. I don't like that. You see, this is... I don't know. I'm not just an introvert though, like it's more than that. It's definitely more than that. You can meet introverted New Zealanders who are still terrible in every other way. Seriously. They have their own issues. Not getting anywhere with this shit. This is a waste of time. Total waste of time. Not getting anywhere. It's saying these things aren't there. This doesn't fit. This doesn't fit. It doesn't explain anything and it doesn't fit with what I'm thinking. Which I'm trying to get explained. Someone becomes an outsider mainly when they don't naturally align with the implicit roles most people are using without thinking. Okay. Maybe that's why I find some connection with, like, people who are neurodivergent, because they don't fit the roles of society. Maybe that makes me like them more. Probably. I think that's highly likely. Whether I am or am not, I don't know if you could call me super neurodivergent, because I think I understand the rules, I just don't like them. They're just not, how would you say? Yeah, I just don't like it. Does that make me neurodivergent? I could put on a performance if I wanted to, it makes me uncomfortable, so I don't. Like, I hate putting on that act that you have to put on when you meet new people and all this shit within New Zealand culture. I hate that shit. I hate the performance you have to put on for people, and it's like you have to do this exaggerated performance of what the normal kind of New Zealander person is supposed to look like every fucking time. How someone handles everyday social exchange. If you don't naturally do things like this, yeah, I'm not good at quick back and forth. I'm not good at that. I literally can't fucking think quickly. I'm so shit at that. I literally just tried to do it the other day and I'm so bad at it. And I'm not easygoing, I am serious. Life would be so much easier if I just fit it in really well, and I didn't have an issue with living here. Like, I'd just make heaps of friends, because I could, if I wanted to. Because there are lots of opportunities, actually, even for just people online. Feels like shit, honestly. People think this is what I want to be. Oh, you're just trying to be different. That's not the point. I'm trying to be myself, and then everyone else doesn't like it. And I don't fit in being myself. So I just be myself by myself, and it's easier. But it sucks because you're alone the whole time. This is fucking annoying. I wish you didn't have to do this. Like, I understand most of these things. And I put this on for people. But I don't like it. Because it's not how I would like to do things. This is default. It's not even considered optional. Meaning focused rather than vibe focused. Yeah, that's probably me. To some extent. That's definitely me. I don't like self-deprecating humor. I think it's lame. I think people should respect themselves as they respect others. God, I gotta go to bed, son. Feel like an outsider when your natural way of communicating doesn't reliably produce smooth social feedback loops with the majority of people around you, yeah. And it doesn't. Doesn't at all. And it hasn't. Repeated friction, misread intentions, feeling out of sync. Creates the experience of being outside the dome, which has always been the case. I've always felt like an outsider. People tend to feel like outsiders when they have strong preference for structured, meaningful communication, low tolerance for performative social interaction, high sensitivity to social mismatch, or prior experience of different cultural baselines. Combination makes norm differences feel very pronounced rather than subtle. Shift from school classroom environment to out of school was different culture. Obviously the students act in their own way, but yeah. I don't want to be an insider in New Zealand culture. I don't like New Zealand culture. I don't want to be an insider. I think it's bad. I like the way I do things. I gotta use the bathroom again. hate this shit, bro. It's like, this is the ideal person, right? This is our ideal. Who knows, bro? I don't know. Gameplay looks so good and then I play it and it's not fun at all. Bro, Playboy Cardi subreddit is the TikTok of Reddit. What is he talking about? People are retarded. I gotta go to bed real soon. I still don't know. I still don't know what I'm supposed to do about this culture issue thing, because it's like, I can't meet people that I want to be friends with in this part of the world, bro. From this place and from Australia, most Americans are the same. Bro, how the fuck is Human Fall Flat? Sold 55 million copies. Okay. I'm gonna get off real soon. Just check my emails. Undertale. What the fuck? Never even finished Undertale. I didn't like it. They just never stop, bro. It's fucking stupid. I thought the US destroyed all the boats from the Iran. That's what they said. They said they destroyed all the boats. Doesn't that destroy both of the drones? That's totally believable, bro. He died like a decade ago. I'll figure it out sooner or later. Anyway, I gotta go to bed now.